Hi, good evening, everybody. Are you guys able to see me and hear me clearly? Please, can you type yes in the question box? Excellent, excellent. So let's wait for one more minute because I can see that students are still joining in. So because it's our first day, some students might face some technical difficulty in joining. So let's wait for a minute or two. In the meantime, you can download my handout from the webinar, this go-to webinar thing, right? You can see the download version there. You can download my handout. You just wait for one more minute and then we are good to start. In the meantime, while we are waiting, please, I want to know how many of you are giving SBL for the first time. Please write me. If you are giving SBL for the first time, please write me. Ten students, 15, 20. So if you are giving SBL for the first time, please type me. Type in the question box, okay? We will not use the chat box. All right, approximately 30 students so far have mentioned that they are giving SBL for the first time. 30, okay. So it looks like majority of the students are giving SBL for the second time or more. Resit students are more than first timers. All right, I think we should start. All right, so we cannot wait more for people who are trying to join in. So guys, thank you so much for joining tonight's webinar on SBL for September 2022 attempt. My name is Hassan Dosani. I hope you guys are keeping well. And how many days are left in your exam? I think 2 weeks. Are you guys nervous? Yes? Okay, obviously. So this webinar has been arranged by ACCA. It is their Practice to Pass series. And thank you so much for joining. I'm really excited that I am conducting this webinar for you guys. And I hope that you will take maximum benefit of this 2-day webinar. You can ask me as many questions as you want. Okay, so let me proceed now. So today is day one of our webinar, and tomorrow will be the second day and the last day. So it is a 2-day webinar. However, the duration has been increased a bit. So it is a 4-hour session each day. So because it's a 4-hour paper, so I thought I'll keep a 4-hour webinar so that you can test your patience and your stamina for, sitting in front of me for 4 hours. All right, so I'll give a break in between around near to 2 hours. I will give a small break and then we will continue. Right, so what is our plan for 2 days? The topmost priority is drafting and solving questions. This is where a lot of students, they struggle. They don't know how to draft or link the question, how to present their answer. So I want to spend at least 50% of the time in actual solving of a case studies, actual drafting of answers. Okay, and this time I have selected specimen paper 2, which is called Rail Co. In the past, in the previous webinars, I have done case studies on a case study called NEBI. I had done on TT4U, and today and tomorrow I will try and cover the good questions of Railco. Other than that, I will talk about technical articles for SBL. So last month, to my surprise, ACCA published 2 articles back to back relating to SBL. Okay, so these 2 articles are responsible leadership and environmental sustainability issues. They are not difficult, but then they are not easy as well. So if you will read the article, you will get totally lost and confused because there's a lot of information there. So what I'll try to do is I will explain to you these articles so that you don't need to read the articles yourself. Happy? Yes, and I do expect a lot of possible question from this area. And then I will be talking about exam techniques, professional skills marks, and all the formats. And last but not the least, I will give you a study plan for the last 10 days. So those students who are not in my paid batches, those students who are doing self-study, I will give you a roadmap of what to do in the next 10 days. All right. Before we proceed, we will be using the ACCA CBE platform to solve the questions. All right. And this webinar is for 2 days. So obviously, I will not be able to cover all the major areas of SBL, right? It's not possible to cover in 8 hours. Do you want to cover all the major areas? Yes or no? Do you want to cover all the major areas of SBL before you enter the exam? Yes or no? Yes? Correct, right? So obviously, if you have limited time, you then watch these 3 webinars. So other than tonight's webinar, you should watch my September webinar, September 2021 webinar by Hassan Dosani, because there are a lot other teachers who are also conducting webinars. So make sure that you search for my webinar. It's available on YouTube and Vimeo. Then you must watch December 2021 webinar by Hassan Dosani, followed by March 2021 webinar by Hassan Dosani. If you watch these 3 webinars, followed with this webinar, which is live right now, you will be able to cover it, not all, but most of the major topics, major areas of SBL. All right. Now, I want this session to be very interactive. I want you guys to ask a lot of questions. How can you ask questions? You can type your question in the question box, and after every 1, 2, 3 slides, I will stop and I will go through the questions. However, please make sure that your question should relate to the topic or the slide under discussion, because I will not change the discussion topic, and I will not be able to answer your question if it doesn't relate to the topic under discussion. I will take all kind of questions towards the end, but during the session, your questions should pertain to the slide under discussion. Otherwise, I'll have to pass it. I hope you understand that, right? All right. So I think most of you know me, but still for the first timers who have not met me before. So by qualification, I am a fellow chartered accountant from Institute of Chartered Accountants of Pakistan. I qualified 20 years back, in fact, more than 20 years. I did my training from PricewaterhouseCoopers, Pakistan, and after doing my CA, I did a lot of certifications when I was young and energetic like you guys. So I did my certified information system auditor, I did my certified internal auditor, I did certified management accountant, I did courses in HR, I did courses in marketing, I did courses in ISO and all those things. Right now, I'm working as a CFO in Dubai in insurance broking company, and I am living in Dubai for last 12 years, and I've been CFO for last 10, 12 years, right? As far as teaching is concerned, teaching is my passion. I just specialize in SBL, and this is my 8th webinar. I love to give real life boardroom examples. And most important thing on this slide is this. This is the most important thing. Forget about my introduction. This is my personal WhatsApp number. Kindly save it so that you are in touch with me. If you need to ask me anything, I'm there. All right. Just a second. Okay. All right. Now, again, most of you already know about this, but I do manage international global WhatsApp group for all the students, where all the students, they help each other, they share information, they share technical knowledge. And so if you want to join my global SBL group, if you are not part of it as yet, please message on this number and I can request the admin as well. The admin, Saad, can you please share the link in the question box so that students can join right away if they want to. So if you're already part of my WhatsApp groups, they are all active, then no need. But if you are not part of any of the group, then please join. Okay, Saad, please share the link. Uh, please share the link with this on the question box, right? All right. SBL pass rate, as I will not spend a lot of time on this, but SBL pass rate has been pretty consistent for the last so many attempts. It's around 50. So that's good news for us. It's much better than most other strategic professional subjects, right? All right, so far, do I have any questions? You're not able to see us? Really? Saad, students are saying they are not able to see my video. Let me check, guys. I think we can see. All right. All right, then it's good. All right, guys. So again, this slide SBL is very different. I have always talked about it, so people who have attended me before exactly knows what I mean. So I will not elaborate on it because I've already spoken on it at various videos and occasions, but just a quick recap so that we are all on the same page. That SBL, it contains 6 to 8 exhibits, and then there's a long list of requirements. The second thing is it is the longest paper, 4 hours, which means that it requires very strong physical stamina, mental stamina, emotional stamina. So you will need to build this, all right? Then it consists of 20 marks for professional skills out of 100 marks. So all your other ACCA paper, they carry like 4 marks for professional skills. I think that for now, some papers they have increased the marks in this attempt, but in SBL, the professional marks was always 20 out of 100. So it's very important that we understand how to score maximum marks under professional skills because it represents 20% of your paper, right? Now, less emphasis on models. This is very good news in SBL that really we don't really have to use a lot of models. Most of the answers are common sense and logical. They have to be in accordance with the scenario. Just few basic models we should know, like Pestle, like Porter 5, and few others. A lot of students I have seen, they are in a habit of using models unnecessarily. For example, for everything, students love to use SFA. I don't know why. It's a complicated, time consuming model. So please, if you are in a habit of using models forcefully, please unlearn that habit. Okay, just very basic models and it is sufficient. Then in SBL, there are various formats: reports, briefing notes, memos, slides, press release, emails, letters, project initiation doc. You have to be hands on, very hands on with all the formats so that you can quickly make the format and right away start the answer. People who are not familiar with the format, they take double triple time in just making the format, losing precious time and precious marks. So very hands on, very fast. Okay. And lastly 25 to 30% of your paper is common sense. The question does not pertain to any chapter, any topic, any model. It is just common sense. And I will show you in this Railco paper, I will show you this kind of a question. Like tomorrow we will do a question which is just doesn't require any bookish knowledge. Isn't that good? That at least 25 to 30% of your paper doesn't require any bookish or theoretical knowledge, but it does require one thing: your street smartness. Street smart. You think a CFO has to be or should be street smart? Yes, right? So it's a trait, it's a characteristic which all CFO must have, that they have to be street smart. They should be able to think on their feet, not handicapped, fast, IQ. So this is one step towards that. And I will demonstrate that tomorrow when I have deliberately selected a question which does not have require bookish knowledge. All right. Any questions so far? Let me see. Yes, Daniel, I can see your stuff. Uh, All right, so it's no questions so far. Now, this is a very important slide. Again, I have talked about it at several, webinars and orientations. So again, I will just quickly go through it. I cannot avoid it because I think this slide is extremely critical. Once the ACCA examiner, he told us, he was discussing something with SBL tutors, and the SBL examiner, he told us that whenever you start a new batch of SBL, whenever we start a new batch, the first slide we should show to the student is this slide. And this is, who's telling me this? ACCS SBL examiner. And the reason he explained was that the students must know why they fail SBL. And why do we need to show this slide up front? Because when students are preparing, they should know what are the risk areas, where are the pitfalls, so that they can consciously protect themselves, prevent themselves, and they should not make these mistakes. So that is why we have to know why students fail SBL. So the first most common reason is answers not linked with the exhibits. Often theoretical or general answers are given. Absolutely, that's not on. So if it is a case study, you're expected to draft your answers in light of that particular scenario. If you don't refer to the scenario, if you don't give solutions for that scenario, you will not get marks. How can you link with the exhibits? Very simple. You can refer to the facts and figures and some key sentences, some key information. You can pick it up from the exhibit and you can use those sentences in your answer. You can copy paste them and then you can elaborate on them in your own words. And then the second most reason is the examiner feels that merely copy pasting materials from exhibits without adding own comments or explaining why the point is important or relevant. So thanks to the CBE platform, students can now copy paste material from the exhibit onto their answer sheet, right? You know that. You can copy from your question paper or from your exhibit and paste it on your answer. So you know what? Some brilliant students, so when they see there's a question on big data, for example, when they see that there's a question on big data and there is a specific exhibit on big data, these brilliant students, they copy the entire exhibit. They copy the entire exhibit, paste it as their bloody answer and move on. The next question is on disruptive technology, and they see an exhibit talking about disruptive technology. They copy the entire exhibit, paste it as their answer, and move on. Now, if you are the examiner, how would you feel? That if some student is giving your exhibit back to you as his own answer without adding own comments, I mean, that student doesn't deserve to pass, right? So please, just copy pasting, just copy pasting not allowed. You will not get marks. Yes, copy pasting is good, but then you have to build on that argument. You have to explain why you use that information. Okay, and then 3 and 4 most dangerous reasons why students fail. Overspending time on one particular question, mostly question number 1. I call it time trap. So a lot of students, when they give me feedback after they completed their paper, 50% of them said, we goofed up the time management, sir. I actually gave a lot of time on question number one, and by the time I realized, I ran out of time and I was not able to complete my paper. Please, if you overrun time on any one question, I can guarantee you will not pass. You have to attempt all the questions. So please don't fall in time traps. So time management is extremely critical, not just time management across the overall paper, but time management for each question. Okay. And then because of three, you will not be able to complete the entire paper. These are the two more reasons. And then the smaller ones like poor technical knowledge or poor professional skills. Sometimes the students, they give insufficient number of points. Students not doing practice or mocks on the CBE platform, weak typing and formatting skills, excessive typo or spelling errors. So how many of you makes typo errors or spelling errors when typing? Please write me. How many of you, when you are typing, you feel that you make a lot of spelling or typo errors? Everybody, even me, even myself. If I type, and unfortunately there is no spell check option. So when I work in Office, in Microsoft Word, there is a spell check autocorrect options, but in your CBE platform there is no spell check. So whatever error you make, it's there. Reasonable number of errors is acceptable. You will not be penalized. But if you make crazy, excessive typo mistakes, every line has 3 or 2 errors, then yes, you might lose certain marks. So if you see here, I just noticed, did I make a typo here? Weak tying and formatting skill. So weak, I wanted to say weak typing, but it says weak tying. No, it's typing. But that's okay. In your exam, this kind of error is acceptable, no problem. Got it? Any questions so far before I proceed? No? All right. Let's move on. So guys, this is one technique which has really worked with a lot of students. And many students who score good marks, like 65, 70, 75, they always say that, sir, we applied this technique and this made them score good marks. So just imagine that SBL is a paper of CFO. Don't think that you are a student. You think that you are a CFO of that company. And the moment you start thinking like a CFO, the moment you start thinking like a senior director or senior leader of that organization, you will automatically feel that your thought process will open up. Suddenly, from accountant, a student accountant, you will feel confident and you will feel like you talk business. And also, you imagine that whatever answers you are giving or whatever explanations or logics you are talking about, you are presenting it to the board of directors. Forget the exam. So just keep in mind that you are a senior person, you're a CFO, and automatically your confidence will boost up, your morale will boost up, your mind will start working like a CFO. It's just a mind game. The moment you think that you are a small, weak, idiot student and the examiner is dangerous and ruthless, half the battle is lost. Okay, just don't think about the examiner, don't think you are a student, just think you are a great CFO and you're talking to the board of directors, you are educating them. Okay, can you feel it? Can you feel it? Like when you start thinking like a CFO, automatically your body language, your mindset will improve. Okay. Okay, I can skip this slide. I have to. Okay, so are you guys ready for a SBL question now? Tell me, you guys ready? No, yes, yes, no, no, yes. Hopefully, yes. Okay, cautious approach. Double yes. Okay, I'll show you. You're not ready. You're not ready for the questions because we have to do some basic stuff first. So first of all, you need to be very, very familiar with the formats. Remember those various formats: reports, briefing paper, memo, slides, press release, letter, emails, whatsoever. So I have covered formats in a lot of my webinars. In almost all the webinars, I had spent like great time on discussing formats, but those webinars were for 4 days and 5 days. Because this webinar is for 2 days, I will not be covering all the formats, but I'm giving you a link here. So if you want to understand all the formats in detail, just click on this video, okay, and just forward it and then start watching it from 25 minutes and 50 seconds onwards. All right, and you will understand all the formats. However, I will definitely touch upon the two most commonly used formats in SBL right now. But for the others, please, you watch it on my YouTube, on my earlier webinars, on this one, okay? Right, so the first and foremost, the most common format is a report. So the question says, draft a report. So you will give a heading report, okay, right in the center, big, bold, large fonts. There will be a to, there will be a from, a to will be mentioned in the requirement. Who, to whom do you want to write the report to, who's asking for a report. From will be your role, it will be also mentioned in the case study. Subject, a very brief subject you will mention, and date, okay, preferably the date should be the date of your paper because on that day you are giving the exam. Then you will give a heading called introduction, and then you will say this report, and then you can copy paste the entire question like analyze blah blah blah, or evaluate blah blah blah, or discusses blah blah blah. Whatever is the requirement, just bring it here. And then towards the end, once you have completed your actual answer, so this is your actual answer, you will give a closure, sincerely or best regards, and then your role. Very simple format. Conclusions or recommendations not required. You should not give any conclusion or recommendation unless specifically asked in the question. So if the question is silent, if it just says prepare a report, then avoid conclusion or recommendation, because under exam stress, exam situation, you will not be able to conclude it properly and you will waste precious time. But yes, of course, if the question says analyze blah 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 and give recommendation or conclusion, then obviously you will have to conclude properly. Is that clear? Now, sometimes one report, listen very carefully, sometimes one report covers two requirements, like it's 1A and 1B. Both are supposed to be done in the same report. So no problem. You will just merge you in the subject. In the subject, you will merge the, like you will say big data and disruptive technology. So cover both the items in the subject. Introduction also you can merge. You will write the first introduction and then you can say and the second introduction, and then you can give broad headings to, but cover both the requirements under one report. All right. Now, another very common format is called briefing paper. It is also sometimes the examiner uses the word briefing notes, and sometimes the examiner use the word write a memo. So briefing paper, briefing notes, or memo, they're all the same thing. They are very similar to a report. Okay. Oh, section F for report. So whatever is required, briefing paper or briefing note or memo, you just give that heading, and then rest everything is same like a report. There's a to, there's a from, subject, date, introduction, and a closure. So what's the difference between a report and a briefing paper? Briefing paper should have small size points with sufficient headings. The purpose of a briefing paper is to be informative and factual, right? So as the name says, briefing paper or a briefing note has to be brief. It is supposed to brief someone about something. So you can't write lengthy stories here. Should be short, small paragraphs, preferably headings, subheadings, and but essentially, I feel that there's no much of a difference between a report and a briefing paper. Just keep it simple. Sometimes the examiner is asked draft a section of a report. No problem. You just give the heading section of a report, give a brief introduction that this section of the report, blah, blah, blah. And then from here onward, just draft your answer. Halas, that's it. No closure, no nothing. So I think these three, report, section of a report, and a briefing paper or a briefing note or a memo, whatever the word is, covers 70% of your formats. Other than that, I have seen emails a couple of times. So email is also very simple. You just give a heading email and then to, from, subject, date, dear sir or whoever, this email, blah, 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 and the closure. Very, very similar format. So all this will cover 70 to 80% of your formats, right? Any questions so far? Sir, if role and name is given, should we paste both in two of the report? Yes, if the name and role is given, I would prefer the name. Okay. Is PID examinable? Yes, definitely yes. What about if the question says it is July X1, then put July, no problem. Daniel, no closing remarks is required. Oh, guys, are you able to see other people's question? No. Okay, so then I will read the question so that you understand. So Daniel is asking, if no conclusion is required, then do we need to give any closing remarks? I No, I want you to save time and move to the next question. Usman, I will not be able to answer this question on this forum. Okay, please connect to me one-on-one. Should we use FAO? Yes, it's all right. These are very small things. Okay, let's move on. So other than that, there's a presentation slide. Yes, every alternate paper, the examiner wants you to prepare a slide. So in your CB platform, presentation slide option is there. You can go there and type your answer. There's a letter required sometime. You can look at the format. You can download this handout so that you can look at the format, and you can watch that video link which I shared for a more detailed discussion. Then sometimes there's a press or a website release. That's the format of a press release or a website release. And then sometimes, no, the business case is not being asked so far, but it's pretty simple. There's 3 headings. Then there's a project initiation document. This one is a technical thing. It's an important thing. So please familiarize yourself with this topic. Okay, project initiation document. If you watch my previous webinar, September or December or March, the list which I have given in, I have covered this topic in great detail. Lastly, if the question says identify weaknesses and give recommendation, I would prefer that you use a tabular format. Same for risks. The question says identify risks and give mitigation factors. Same. Okay. So now you are familiar with the format. Can we now start questions? No, Fazlul Rahman, it's not important. No, you can't start questions. Why? Because professional skills, it carries 20 marks out of 100. It represents 20% of your paper, and I don't call it professional marks. I call it, these are cash marks, not professional skills marks, but I call them cash marks. Why do I call them cash marks? They are ready cash. You can grab them easily if you know how to score or demonstrate. If you know how to demonstrate each skill, you can easily score 13 marks, 14 marks, even up to 15 marks out of 20. All right. So again, I have covered professional skills in great detail in my other earlier webinar. So if you click on this link, and from 43 minutes 15 seconds onward, I have discussed professional skills in detail. Okay, so maybe tomorrow morning you can spend like some time on formats and some time on professional skills. But now I will just quickly revise the 5 professional skills briefly. I will not be able to go into detail because of time limitation. So how many professional skills are there in SBL? 5. Correct. There are 5 professional skills in SBL: evaluation skill, analysis skill, communication skill, commercial acumen skill, and skepticism skill. Clear? Secondly, in each and every question, the examiner will specifically tell you which particular skill you have to demonstrate in that question. So for example, one question will tell you to demonstrate evaluation skill. So you will focus more on demonstrating evaluation skill. In the next part or the next question, the examiner will tell you demonstrate skepticism skill in this question. So definitely in that particular question, when you're drafting, you will focus more on demonstrating skepticism skill. So it's not like you have to demonstrate all the skills in all the questions in equal quantity. No, each question you have to focus on one particular skill, right? The third interesting thing, so I think this makes it easy, right? So if you exactly know that in this question which particular skill I need to show, it makes your life easy as long as you know how to do it. The third interesting thing is the examiner always give you a hint as well. So he says, he will say that demonstrate skepticism skills by challenging the opinion of marketing director. Or the question might say demonstrate evaluation skills by looking at the proposal, identifying the risks and opportunities. So there is some kind of hint which the examiner gives you so that you know exactly what to do, what to focus in order to grab maximum marks for professional skills. So very easy, very structured for SBL. So now, what is evaluation skill? Whatever you have learned from your earlier teachers. So I'm not talking about my paid batch, but if you have never studied from me and you have your own study or your own teacher, please, I request you to unlearn that knowledge and relearn simple thing. Okay. So evaluation skill, if you want to score maximum in evaluation skill, just mention both pros and cons. So if the question in that question which asks you to show evaluation skill, make sure that you cover both pros and cons, both advantages and disadvantages, opportunities and threats, and a plus point and minus point both should be there in your answer. So evaluation means a complete 360-degree evaluation which should cover both pros and cons. For example, can I ask you to evaluate ACCA qualification? If I ask you, can you evaluate the ACCA qualification for me? So you will talk about some good points, but then I expect you to also highlight some limitations or bad points about the ACCA qualification. So when you say evaluation, you have to give a complete assessment of the situation, whether it's good or bad. Doesn't matter. I want a complete 360 view. That's evaluation. Now, many students, they ask me, sir, pros and cons have to be in equal quantity. What do you think? Do you think pros and cons have to be in equal quantity? So if I have to give 10 points, so 5 pros and 5 cons, why not? In real life, it doesn't happen like that. It all depends on the case study. It all depends on the scenario or the exhibit, on the availability of information. Remember, no general answer is allowed. So whatever your answer is has to be from the exhibit. So it all depends on the exhibit. Sometimes there will be more pros and less cons. That's fine. Sometimes there will be more cons and only one advantage. That's also fine. I will cover all of them. Please, no chat box. Huh? Don't use chat box, Nuha. You have to write question here in the question box. All right, the third possibility under evaluation skill. Sometimes the examiner says critically evaluate the proposal. What is the meaning of the word critical or critically evaluate? Critically evaluate. Can you guess? More cons. Yes, critically means negative or skepticism, as Ahmed mentioned. So critically means you are supposed to identify more negative points or risks or bad points. Okay. All right. Good. Oh, yeah. The second skill is analysis skill, and it simply means I'll give you what you do: identify reasons for variances or root causes. So analysis means investigation, that you need to investigate and explain the reason. Okay, reasoning or giving explanation, digging deep down and coming up with the root cause is analysis skills. For example, if I ask you why our revenue went down in this year, what will you say? Give me one reason. The board is asking why our revenue went down this year. So Hafiz is saying competition. What do you mean by competition? Oh, loss of customer. Okay. Angeline is saying loss of customers. Obviously, so my next question is why the hell we lost customers? So please now give me reasons. What do you think? Why the hell we lost customers? What's the reason? You're saying low disposable income. Someone is saying lower quality. Someone is saying competition. Someone is saying uh, outdated products. My third question is why the disposable income has gone down, or why the quality has gone down. Why? So this why will take you to the root cause of the thing. Just saying the revenue went down because we lost customers will not get you marks, because you have not convincingly answered the board. You have to actually explain the root cause, the very core reason why something happened. That's analysis skills, and from where you will find all this information. It will be given in the bloody exhibit. All you need to do is identify it, use it in your answer. Got it? So analysis skills means identify any reasons or issues or root causes from the exhibits. Communication skill is the third one. It's very simple. You don't have to do anything major in this. First thing, you just focus on the format. So you have to be master of the formats, and not just in this question, like across the entire SBL paper, whatever formats were required, reports, memos, emails, across the entire paper, your format should be very professional, very pleasing to the eyes. You see, not like a garbage bin. Format should visually look very nice and professional, and I will show you how to do it when we start practice in a little bit. Then you have to keep in mind your role, of course, but more importantly, you have to keep in mind the reader. Let me write it here. That's very important. Who are you addressing to? So your report, is it addressed to the board? Is it addressed to the finance director? Is it addressed to the CEO? Or is it addressed to the audit committee? You have to keep this in mind. So if the report is addressed to the board or CEO, they are non-finance people. They don't understand finance as you do. So you have to simplify your explanation, explain to them like they are 5-year-old kids. That's what I meant when you keep the reader in your mind, your drafting, your things has to be according to the perception or mind of the reader. Okay. Commercial acumen. Again, this is a skill which a lot of students they really struggle because they don't really understand what it means. So please unlearn your previous knowledge and I will simplify it for you. Commercial acumen. First of all, tell me, do you think a good CFO should have basic knowledge of all components of the business? Yes or no? A good CFO should have knowledge or understanding of all components. Of course, because we make budgets, right? Right? We make budgets. So a budget starts with what's the top line? Tell me. A budget always starts with revenue. Yes. Sales budget, the top line, revenues, right? Who's responsible for revenue? The CFO or which director? Sales budget, yes. So who's responsible for the sales budget or the revenue budget? Am I responsible for bringing in sales? The marketing director or the sales director? Maybe not the commercial director. I don't think commercial. CEO, not directly. Indirectly, yes, but not directly. So if there's a marketing or a sales director, it will be the primary. So then you have to understand, you have to discuss with him, sit with the marketing guy, understand his language. That's you have to understand the sales. Then cost of sales, you need to understand from the production or a commercial director. HR costs, salary costs, you have to discuss with HR director. IT, technology, so much things are happening in technology. You need to understand all those things in order to consolidate the budget. So a CFO needs to understand all components of the organization or the business because he sits in the board, right? So that's commercial acumen, that you don't think like an accountant when you are sitting in the board. I repeat, when you are sitting in the board and when you are arguing or presenting your points in the board, you don't think like a accountant. You think like a business person. So few minutes back, I asked why the revenue went down. And most of you came up with really good reasons. Someone said that we lost customers due to competition. Someone said that we lost customers because disposable income is down. Someone said we lost customers because our quality went down. Someone said because of COVID. All this is commercial acumen. This is not accounting. This is commercial acumen. So as long as you explain the reasons, that you give the business reasons like customers, suppliers, risks, competition, IT, HR, all these, you talk about these things, automatically you will score commercial acumen skill. Okay, so again, nothing extra needs to be done. Just stick with the exhibit and automatically you will score the marks. Lastly, there is skepticism skill. In my opinion, this one is the most difficult out of the 5. Skepticism means that you challenge someone's view or you disagree with someone's view. or you tell him that your point is not correct, or your point or argument is not appropriate. But then, of course, if you are challenging, so you have to challenge not in a rude manner, and B, you have to give your own logic to counter argue that person, right? So in skepticism skills, when you are drafting your answer, try to ask one or two questions. Try to make sure that there is a question mark sign somewhere in your answer. So if you're asking questions, that is skepticism. That's you're challenging someone. Try to use the word I disagree, or I think it's not right, or I think it's inappropriate. All these words carry skepticism marks. So when you're drafting, adopt a negative tone, try to ask questions, try to disagree, and then of course you have to give some logics. Then you will score skepticism. If you didn't ask question, if you didn't challenge someone, if you didn't disagree with someone, you just gave a straight innocent answer, you might get technical marks, but you will lose skepticism skill. For skepticism, you have to ask, make sure that there is a question mark in your drafting, or the word I disagree, or it's inappropriate, something on those lines. Okay, so I am done with professional skills in as short as possible. But if you want me to, um, if you want to go into a little bit detail, please watch the professional skills video link which I showed you. Can you get these slides? Yes, it is available. You can download it from the GoToWebinar. There is a place called handout. From click on the handout, and from there you can download this slide. It's very important you download this slide. All right, guys, exam techniques, but I am tired. um, I'll do it tomorrow. Is that okay? Exam techniques, we'll do it tomorrow. Today I think formats and professional skills was quite heavy duty in itself. So tomorrow I will start with exam techniques. So please join on time, right? Now, very important. So I will give a break in approximately 15-20 minutes. So before that, I want to cover one technical article. I think this time, as I said in the start, ACCA has published two back-to-back technical articles on SBL last month. Yeah, and the two articles are responsible leadership and environmental and sustainability issues. These were published during July. Now, before that, before these two articles, these articles were published in the last 18 months. Okay, most of these articles have been now tested in your exams, and the ones which have not yet been tested, I don't expect it to come anymore. So please forget the previous articles. Please forget the previous article. Just focus on the latest two articles. All right, am I clear? Is this clear? Just focus on this, ignore this. Right. So I will just do responsible leadership now. Then we will go on a break. After the break, we will come back and start our drafting. The second article I will cover tomorrow. All right, that's the game plan. So before I dive into this topic, responsible leadership, Can you guess what it means? A good CFO always tries to guess things from the word. Responsible leadership. And can I give you one technique of guessing? Please hold your answers. Can I share one technique which may make it easy for you to guess? When you don't understand a particular terminology, read it backwards. So what is the meaning of responsible leadership? It simply means leaders who demonstrate a responsible behavior, leaders who are responsible. Understood? So now can you guess what it means? Responsible leadership. So we always know what leadership is. But what is responsible leadership or a responsible organization? Very nice. I'm just going through your comments, guys. Accountable? No, Janvi. All leadership is accountable. Ethical? Yes. No, Shri. Very good. I think most of you are right. Responsible. So I think you get just comment on the question box. Shella, no. Oh, some portion is right, but most portion is wrong. So let me first start with a traditional leader or an organization. So a traditional leader or a traditional organization, like if they always focus on shareholders and profits. Obviously, right? Who appoints the board of directors? Can anybody tell me? Who appoints the board? Who appoints the CEO and the board? Huh? Shareholders. So obviously, who pays for the costs of these guys? The shareholders. They are appointing them, they are paying them salaries. So don't you think the shareholders would expect the board to just fully focus on the interests and objectives of the shareholders? Obviously, yes. So a traditional leader or a traditional organization used to always focus on shareholders and profitability. This has always been the case for last 100 years, 200 years, whatsoever. But now, since last year, you can say 5 years, 10 years, there's a small shift. Now the concept of responsible leader is taking over. A responsible leader is a person who focuses on multiple stakeholders and not just shareholders. This is the primary difference between a traditional leader and a responsible leader. A traditional leader, he focuses always on shareholders and profitability, right? But a responsible leader will also take into account various stakeholders. Of course, shareholders will be there. A large portion will be shareholders, but it will not just be only shareholders. Some stakeholders will also be considered while making strategies. And then just what kind of stakeholders? So we have to demonstrate like social contribution and environmental. These are the two things. So social means employees, customers, suppliers, society. These are the main stakeholders, right? From a social point of view, an organization has employees. We need to take care of employees, their health and safety, their working conditions, their pay scales, their learning and development, all those things is good, right? And then we need to take care of customers, we need to consider our suppliers, we need to consider our society, we have to give back to the society, all these fancy nice things. Regarding environment sustainability, we all know what environment is: the pollution, the carbon emission, new carbon neutral, recycling, ozone, green, all those things, environmental related. And also ethical and moral behaviors, that whatever strategies the company is making, they should not cross ethical and moral boundaries. So a good leader or a responsible leader will focus on these things now. In addition to shareholder will always be the primary focus, don't get me wrong, but now in addition to the shareholders, a good organization or a good leadership will also take care of its social activities like employees, customers, suppliers, society, and it will also take care of its environmental activities like pollution, carbon, all those things, and will make sure that it will not cross or violate ethical and moral behaviors. So please, this is a very important definition which you need to understand. Okay. Any questions? Now, the next question is then, why the hell? Why do we need to focus on what are the benefits of responsible leadership? Why does the organization needs to be so good? Why can't we be mean and selfish? We are there to maximize profit. Let's what's the right word? Let's screw everyone and let's make maximum money. So for example, I'm teaching SBL. I'm conducting this free webinar. Why? I'm also making money from my paid classes. So if I start conducting free webinars, how will I make money? You understand? There are advantages. What do you think? Why am I teaching free webinars? Tell me. मुझे क्या फायदा? What benefit is to me for offering these free webinars? Am I not shooting myself on my own feet? So yes, a reputation. Popularity. I can get popular through other channels as well. Like I have my own specialized marketing team which can do a better job in marketing. Why do I need to be free? ACCA stamp, what good does it do to me? All right, I'll share with you. So I feel that number one, as a teacher, I have a moral responsibility to help students. What do you think? That's my personal belief. You can say social responsibility. And I want that my knowledge, my experience, my teaching capability should reach out to people, even those students who are not able to afford. Isn't that good? And then I feel it will give me, reputation. There is no doubt. It will enhance my reputation as well. More and more students can look at me. And in the long run, what do you think in the long run? What will happen? Slowly and gradually, the word will spread and more students will come to know about these free webinars. Even I think thanks to ACCA. They are arranging these free webinars. They are paying me, by the way. but it's a very small token amount. Okay, but yet they are arranging all this, they are paying the teachers small amount, but still they are paying, they're incurring this cost um, for the benefits of the students. So it's a brand building. Yes, it can you know, improve the organization's image, the brand. They will be, you know, seen as a socially responsible organization, an organization doing CSR. um, and because of this, it, you know, there are people, there are customers in the world who prefers to deal with responsible organizations. They don't like dealing with organizations who are cunning and mean. So maybe in long run, my paid number of students might increase, or ACCA's membership might increase. So ultimately, it will benefit in terms of financials as well. It will lead to increased revenue and profits, but in the long run. Do you understand? So this is the new concept, that organizations should be seen as socially responsible, environmentally responsible, ethically responsible. They might need to spend some money on all these things, but yes, it's a probably a long-term investment, and it might give returns in long run. And even if it doesn't give return in long run, it satisfies your values and belief, right? All right. So yes, let me just quickly read now. So benefits of responsible leadership. So those organizations who adopt responsible leaderships or strategies, it will enhance their reputation. It will improve staff morale, leading to increased efficiency and greater staff retention. So don't you think that if you are working with an organization which is seen as a nice, caring organization, you will feel proud, right? And you would like to stick with those organizations who take good care, who have good values, so better staff efficiency and greater staff retention. You'll be ability to attract good talent. So these organizations who are caring, who are responsible for all the stakeholders, they are able to attract good or better resources. People would like to work with them. And then customers, suppliers, and investors would like to associate with such organizations. So there are even investors who don't like to invest money in cunning and mean business, who just runs after profits. They are investors who want to see who wants to invest in organizations who have a social impact, right? And then long-term growth in profitability and the value of the company. Value means the goodwill, the brand. Interesting, eh? Nice. Last thing, and then we'll get a break. Where do we fit in? Where do accountants fit into this whole new concept of responsible leadership? What do you think? Accountants hold leadership positions. For example, as you will be a CFO or a finance director or even a non-executive director. So in like, let's say a few years time, inshallah, you will grow, and sooner than later, you will become part of the board of directors. So you are a leader. You will become a leader. So that is why this mindset, this concept is very important, that we plug this concept in your mind, so that when you actually become a leader, you know all these things. And then being finance guys, you can ensure that company is not focused on financial objectives or financial KPIs only. You know, you can implement KPIs focusing on qualitative aspects, non-financial. You can, tell the board that we must have non-financial targets as well. We must have non-financial KPIs as well, in addition to financial KPIs. For example, how many internship we gave in the year, or how many schools are we financing, or what is our carbon emission? Are we reducing our carbon emission? Are we becoming a carbon neutral organization? So these are all non-financial staff satisfaction targets, you know. So all this, so being a leader, you can actually help in implementing responsible leadership, or bringing responsible leadership within an organization, because you are one of the leaders and you can implement all these. This will be your contribution or your effort. Nice, easy, basic. Yeah. Now, if you will read the article, you might get a little bit confused. So please stay away from the article. What I have done is I have extracted the gist and explained to you in a very simple stepwise manner. Number one is, what is the meaning of responsible leader? Number two is, what are the benefits of responsible leadership? And number three is, what is our role as accountant? Oh, wait. Uh, can you remind me what time we started? Can you anybody remind me we started? So we just have done 1.5 hours, right? 8:30 Pakistan time, 9:30, 7:30, 8:30, 9:30. So I think so 7:30 UAE time, 8:30, 9:30. We can spend like 15 more minutes before we get break. We can spend like 15 minutes more, because I want to give a break right in center. Are you guys tired or excited or charged? Very good. Okay. So any questions on this article? I mean, just it's very simple, or I made it simple. Now, what kind of question should we expect on this topic? I honestly don't know, but it might just be a general thing, I guess. Huh? So I don't know what kind. It might be a general, but little bit linking to the scenario. As long as you are familiar with these three things, what it means, what are the benefits, and what are the role. Maybe I think the question might come that the company is thinking, some of the director is thinking of adopting responsible leadership, and the board might ask you to identify the benefits of leadership, responsible leadership. So as long as you know the advantages, you can just give 3 or 4 advantages. That's what my guess is. It is like six capital. Ahmed Umar, very interesting. So Ahmed is saying it is like six capital. Now, six capital is a topic under integrated reporting. Absolutely correct, because, and I will cover integrated reporting tomorrow. Integrated reporting focuses on social and environmental initiatives of an organization. So because responsible leadership is also, focusing on social, environmental and ethical things, there is a very close linked with integrated reporting. So there might be a question on integrated reporting as well. That is why I have included that in my tomorrow's presentation. Are you guys able to hear me? Someone is saying that he's not able to hear me. All of you are able to hear me. Okay. So the next article is environmental and sustainability issues. I will cover this tomorrow. This one is a slightly lengthy as compared to the responsible leadership one. Let's do it with a fresh mind. Now, guys, let's start with today's practice question. Enough talking, enough theory. So let's start with today's practice question. It is SBL specimen paper number 2. It's called Railco. Please open your CBE platforms because I want you to do this question along with me. So please, you open up your CBE platforms. I will give you 30 seconds. If you don't know how to open your CBE platform, just log in to your MyACCA. Once you are logged in, just Google CBE, ACCA CBE platform and click on it. And you will then see this option, log into the practice platform. But first you have to log into your MyACCA. Then only you can have access to the CBE platform. Okay, so I just show you how it is done. Yeah, here. Do you see this beautiful girl or a boy? What do you think? He's a girl or she's a boy? Any guesses? I don't know. So when you click on the, log into the CBE platform, you will see this girl. And on the right side, click on Strategic Business Leader. Click on ACCA Official Resources. And then here, go to Specimen Exams. Yeah, the last one. Specimen Exams. And under Specimen Exam, SBL Specimen number 2. This is the paper you need to open up. So please open your paper and type open if you are ready. Please type open if you are ready with the CBE platform. Let me see how many people have opened it. Come on, guys, if you are ready, please type open. I'm watching. 20 students are now ready. 20. Only 20? I want more to be done. This is your time to take advantage. Okay, 30 students. All right, good. So I'll open mine so that you can see SBL specimen 2 resume. So when you will open this paper, you will see this screen. And again, most of you are research students, so you are already familiar with a CBE platform. But just for the sake of first timers, when you open the platform, you will see exhibits 1 to 7. Then there is task. Task means questions. Then there are 5 questions. These are the marks for each question. And then there's a response option in which there's a word processor, there's a spreadsheet, and there is slides. So in SBL, you just need word processor. I have never used slide, or sorry, spreadsheets. Spreadsheet is like an Excel. So I haven't used any spreadsheet. I don't see the need for using spreadsheet because it's a theoretical paper. Slides, yes, if the question says prepare presentation slides, then you will have to use this option to do the slides. So if you click here, a window will open. You will need to read it. You can resize the window. You can change the size of the video. How? Go to the right corner and bottom. Right bottom, you will come here and you will see from this you can reduce the width or you can reduce the height. Okay, you can change this. You can open multiple exhibits at the same time. All of them will open in a fresh video or window. And you can also open up the word processor. Oops, it's already something is there. Let me delete. You can resize and you can keep it here. You can copy, Control C, and you can paste it here. Okay, very easy. All right, guys. So today I plan to do question task number 1. So every question in SBL has 2 or 3 components. So first of all, if you look at task number 1A, so there is a background. This is a background of the requirement. I call this background, question background. Then here is the technical requirement, which is 8 marks. This is purely the technical requirement. After that, you will always see a separate paragraph for professional skills. So normally there are 3 components: a background, technical requirement, and professional skills. So please, I'll read the background first because I plan to do 1A and 1B right now, like after the break. So you are a non-executive member and chairman of the Nominations and Corporate Governance Committee. Oh, so this is your role. In this question, your role is what? You are a non-executive member or a non-executive director and chairman of NCG committee. That's my role. The recently appointed chairman of the Railco Trust Board has requested that you provide him with information relating to the governance of Railco and the roles and responsibilities of the non-executive directors. So this is the background. There's a new chairman and he wants to understand about the governance of Railco and what are the role and responsibilities of the non-executive director. So he has approached you. You yourself is a non-executive director. Now, technical requirement. You have been asked to prepare a briefing paper for the Railco Trust Board. What's the format required? Briefing paper. Which A and then followed by B. You think this briefing paper covers both A and B? Yes, because if you look at the indenting, it says which A's and B. So we have to make a format which covers both requirement A and requirement B. Is that clear? So A, what's the requirement? Which identifies and explains the agency relationship of the parties involved in Railco and discuss the rights and responsibilities of those parties. You have to identify and explain the agency relationship. That's a topic which we need to know of the parties involved in Railco, and then discuss the rights and responsibilities of those parties. 8 marks, and then professional marks is available for demonstrating communication skills. And what's the hint? In clarifying the agency relationships involved. So if you can clearly identify the various agency relationships in play at Railco, you will automatically get 2 marks. So in total marks for 1A is 10. Clear? Part B says, oh, let me just highlight. Part B says, assess the role and value of non-executive directors on the board of Railco as public sector. So what is the role and value? Value means benefits of having non-executive directors on the board. And here the professional skills marks are available for demonstrating evaluation skills, pros and cons. But let's look at the hint. In assessing the role and value of non-executive directors in the public sector environment. So you will assess the role and advantages. Probably we need to give one disadvantage or one con in order to make sure that we score evaluation. So do you understand the requirement? 1A is identify the agency relationships and the rights and responsibilities of those parties, and 1B is assess the role and benefits of non-executive directors. Ouch, did I close the CBE platform? No, it's there. Okay, thank God. So where is the slides? So now before we start, I just want to make sure we understand the meaning of agency principle. A lot of students have weird concepts. So please, again, I request you to unlearn and then open up with a fresh mind. So agency principle simply means, I'm trying to simplify here, there's a principal and there is an agent. There are 2 parties involved in the agency principle. There is a principal and there is an agent. Who is the principal? The owner of the organization. Whoever owns the organization is known as principal. And who is an agent? Agent, he is a representative of the owner. Do you understand? So if I appoint someone to represent me, I'm the principal, he's the agent. If I'm fighting a litigation case in the court of law and I hire a lawyer who is representing or fighting the case for me, I'm the principal, he's the agent. So principal is the owner or the primary person, and agent is the person who is representing the owner. He has all the rights and authorities to represent the owner. Is that clear? Now, who is agent accountable to or responsible to? The agent is accountable or answerable to the owner. Absolutely, because the agent is representing the owner, the agent is taking decisions and actions on behalf of the owner, so obviously he stands answerable, responsible, and accountable to the principal. If agent goofs up, I will kick him on his butt. I will fire him. So who appoints the agent? The principal appoints the agent. Who fires the agent? The principal fires the agent, and the agent, while he's an agent, he has to work in the utmost best interest of the principal. So is this high level concept clear? Just to simplify, principal means the owner, agent means the owner's representative who is running the show on his behalf. Is this clear? Good. Now let's take examples. So principal, agent, I have also used the word sub-agent, and the agent may also use another person to do anything on his behalf. So there can be a concept of sub-agent as well. It's very common. So in a commercial organization, it's very simple. In a commercial organization, it's very simple. Who's the principal? Shareholders. Because who was the owner of a listed company or any company for that matter? The shareholders. And who's the agent? The board of directors. Because the shareholders, they appoint the board of directors. The board of directors, they run the company on behalf of the shareholders, and then they are answerable, accountable, and responsible for the results and performance to the shareholders. Very simple. Now coming to a charitable organization, it is slightly different. So first understand a charitable organization. So charitable organization may not have shareholders. Generally, a charitable organization will have a founding family or sponsors. Just remember these terminologies. So a charitable organization normally, this is started privately. Some people, some like-minded people, some big-hearted people, they start charity. So it could be the founding members or the founding family who is owning or running the charity, or sometimes in technical world they are called sponsors. Okay, so who's the principal in a charitable organization? The founding member or the founding family or the sponsors of the charity. Now in a charity there are two boards. What did I say? I will repeat. In a charity organization, there are two boards. The first board is called Board of Trustees, and the second board is called Board of Directors or Management Board. So in a charity organization, the board is split into two levels. The senior board is called Board of Trustees. The junior board is called Board of Directors. It's not senior junior, basically it is based, all the NEDs are in board of trustees, and all the EDs, executive directors, are management board. The non-executive directors like the chairman and NEDs are part of the board of trustees, and the CEO and executive directors are part of, forget about it. In a charitable organization there are two boards. Remember, you will remember this. So the first, the principal is who? The founding member or the owner, the sponsor. Who is the agent? Board of trustees. That's the first board. So the founding family, they appoint board of trustees whose job is to oversee or provide oversight to the organization as a whole. And then underneath the board of trustees, there's a management board or a board of directors. They report to the board of trustees, and the board of trustees, they report to the founding. So there is agency principal relationship at multiple levels. So the first level is this level. At this level, the principal is founding member and the board of trustee is agent. The second possibility is at this level, the principal is board of trustee, because they have appointed the board of management boards, or you can call them the sub agent as well. All right, is that clear? Let me look at the question box. Would there be NEDs in the management board? No. Why? Management board is normally only executive director. Forget about partnership firms. Partnership firms, I don't know. The owner, it might be a bit different. Is this a two-tier board? Yes, it is a two-tier. So sponsors means donors, not necessarily. Um, or maybe yes, it's a very thin difference. So let's not get confused. I assume that sponsors is different and donors are different. What volunteers? Well, the volunteers will be part of management board? No, volunteers are not part of the management board. Management board is executive directors. The board only have directors. And if there's a voluntary director who is not taking money, then he's a non-executive director. He will be part of the board of trustees. Yeah, volunteers are like employees. Very good, Fatima. Just that they don't take salaries. Forget about two-tier board. Daniel, you have to watch my previous webinars for two-tier boards. Okay. Similarly, for a government organization, government entity, or a public organization like railway, like any health department, government health ministry or health department or transport department, very same thing. Government organization, can you think of any government organization in your country? Let's say railways. Railways generally is nationalized or run by the government, right? So who owns the railways? It's a difficult question. Who actually owns the railway company? Is the government? Yes, kind of. And if you look at it philosophically, ultimately, who owns all government entities? The citizens or the public of the country or the taxpayers, right? Because all these government entities are run based on taxpayers' money. So, yeah, you can say government is the principal, or if you want to go one level up, it's the taxpayer or the citizens or the public. That is why it's called a public service organization. So if I start from the highest level, so top level, the principal is public or taxpayers. They appoint the government or minister, right? Maybe through elections or whatever. The people of the country, they appoint the cabinets, the ministers, and all these things. And then the government or the minister, they will appoint a board of trustees for the railway company. And then the railway company will appoint a board of directors or management board. So here in a government entity, the agency relationship is working at multiple levels, right? Depending what level you are looking at. But if you see the chain, just remember this chain or hierarchy. This is agency principal relationship. So, board of trustees can be an agent, or it can be a sub-agent, it can be a sub-agent, whatever, depending from where you are starting. But just remember this chain of commands. This is the agency principal relationship. Any questions? Marapello, there is no chat box here. It's a different software. So just write your comments in the question box. Board of trustees is a sub-agent. Yes and no. If you look from a public's point of view, yes, then yes, they are a sub-agent. If you look from a government's point of view, they are the agent. So it all depends at what level you are seeing. Okay. Last topic and then we'll take a break. NEDs. We all know what is NEDs. NED stands for non-executive directors. So who are NEDs? NEDs are directors who are not the employees of the organization. They are outsiders. They are not the employees. So essentially there are two types of directors. Directors who are employees of the company They get salaries and bonuses and perks and all those things which a normal employee get. They are called executive directors. And then the other type of directors is those directors who are not the employees of the company. They do not get monthly salary or annual bonuses or cars or sexy secretaries, no perks, no nothing. They are not employees, they are outsiders. So hence they are called non-executive directors. So why would they work? If they are not getting salary or benefits or secretaries, why the hell they work for us? And why they are becoming our directors, non-executive? They do get some remuneration. It's not like free, but their remuneration is relatively smaller than executive directors, and it's fixed. There's no bonus, no incentive, no long-term share options, nothing. Normally, in most countries, the law of the land defines the fees of non-executive directors. So you have to follow that slab. It's not very lavish. Is that clear? A non-executive is an outside director. He is not an employee of the company. He is, so it kinds of, it makes him less biased. It makes him more neutral. You understand? What do they do? Why do we have NEDs on the board? So they bring external experience. So because they're outsiders, they have wider experience of the industry, of the larger, business environment. So they can help in contributing to our strategies. They can help us make our strategies. Then they also kind of review the performance of executive directors. They are involved in risk management and all those things. So they have a very important role, mainly from a strategies point of view and mainly from scrutinizing the performance of executive directors point of view. This is that there are two main tasks. This is where they add value. What are the advantages of NEDs? If an organization they have NEDs, why? What will be the benefits of having NEDs? Very straightforward. They bring more independence to the board. What do I mean by independence? They're outsiders, right? So the executive directors, they have a conflict of interest because they are getting drawing salaries, they are getting bonuses, they want to maximize their own take homes and forget about shareholders. So they have a situation where there's a possible conflict of interest. So shareholders cannot trust the directors fully because directors may look at their own interests. That is why outside directors who are not dependent on companies' salaries and bonuses, they bring more independence to the board, right? They're independent directors, and which in turn adds more confidence to the shareholders. Then they have external experience and wider perspective, which helps in strategy making. They can scrutinize, then challenge the performance of CEO and executive directors. Employees can discuss confidential or sensitive matters with non-executive directors directly. For example, whistleblowing in case of fraud or something, employees don't know whom to talk to, so they can always go to the non-executive director and discuss. And having non-executives will help the company comply with regulatory or listing requirements. But what are the top few advantages? They bring more independence to the board. They add to shareholders' confidence. They bring wider experience and perspective. They scrutinize the performance of executive directors, and they can help in whistleblowing and risk management and all those things. Any question, guys? So we just covered. Okay, good question. Milan is asking, what should be the mix of How many executive directors and how many non-executive? Is there any count? Different countries have different rules, okay? But the ideal rule of thumb is 50-50. So if there are like 10 directors, ideally there should be at least half and half, at least. And it can be more, but at least half and half. But in I think in certain countries have less, certain countries have even more. But just as from an exam point of view, just if it is half and half, then it's okay. So if there are 10 directors in total, how many EDs, how many NEDs? If there are, okay, let me rephrase. Okay, if there are 10 directors, how many EDs, how many NEDs? 5 and 5? 5 each? Yes. If there are 9 directors in total, how many EDs and how many NEDs? If there are 9 directors, how many EDs, how many NEDs? 4.5 and 4.5? So here there will be a difference of one. It could be 5 EDs and 4 NEDs. That's also fine. Not ideal, but fine. Okay, chal jayega. And there could be 4 EDs and 5 NEDs. That's ideal. Okay, but just rule of thumb is 50-50. Then there are board committees. Yes, I just spent 1 minute on board committee. There are board committees, like especially there's a nomination committee, there is a remuneration committee, there is an audit committee, and there is a risk committee. These are the standard typical committees you will find at board level. So in 2 of the committees, it has to be 100% NED. So audit committee will always consist of non-executive directors. Executive director cannot be part of audit committee. Okay. Similarly, remuneration committee, 100% directors have to be non-executive. Is that clear? And in the other 2 committees, majority have to be non-executives. There can be 1 or 2 executive director, but majority of the directors have to be non-executive. So non-executive directors, they play a very important role in running the board, running the committees, because the chairman normally is non-executive. Ideally, the chairman has to be non-executive. The CEO can be executive. So I'm the CFO of my company. I sit on the board. I'm the finance director. Am I ED or am I NED? I'm executive director. Yes, I get a salary. I get a bonus. I have a nice secretary. I have a car. But our chairman is not an employee. He has been appointed by the shareholders to oversee us. He is a non-executive. Our CEO is a executive. I'm executive. All the HR director, IT director, marketing director, we all are EDs. But the chairman is non-executive, and there are few non-executive people who sits on the board committees and review things. All right, guys. So here we complete the theoretical side of this agency principle and non-executive and board committees. Let's take a break and how much break is you want? I think we all are tired, right? So let's take 30 minutes, 20 minutes, 20 minutes break or 30 minutes break. What do you want? It's dinner time, so people might want to grab some food. 30 minutes break or 20 minutes break? Okay, majority is saying 30. Yeah, I think we deserve 30 because the second half will be also heavy. I want you to refresh and come with extra energy for the drafting. So let's say 30 minute break. What time is it? It's 9:30. It's 10:30 to 11 p.m. Paki time. Okay. I will see you in 30 minutes time. Please rest, enjoy, and see you in a bit. Please be back on time. All right, guys, are you back? Should we start? Very good. Okay, we have approximately how much time? 1 hour and 30 minutes, right? I'll try to do 2 questions today, 1 hour, 30 minutes. Is that okay? Okay. So now we are about to do question 1. So please open up your CBE platform, open up your Word document, keep it on one side, open up the requirement on one side. Is there a format required? Yes, it is briefing paper. Control C, control. This is task 1, briefing paper. It says 2, what's next from subject, date, introduction, and then towards the end, best regards. Okay, to the Railcode Trust Board. Okay, I'll just copy it from here. Railcode Trust Board from non-executive member. Subject with date is 6 September 2022. Introduction, we will say this briefing paper. Then I'll copy from here. Identify, blah, 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 blah. And okay, do you understand what I did? I just first copy pasted all the required information here. Now watch very carefully. Carefully, I will do some formatting. Task 1A, this one, I just select paragraph 3. This one, the main heading is paragraph 1, center, and underline. I'll just make this capital, B capital, B briefing paper. All this is heading number 3, so that it looks big and bold. Okay, and best regards here. Non-executive closure is also heading 3. Okay, now what should be the subject? Very simple, agency relationship and non-executive directors. Khalas. Guys, is this clear? Do you understand the format? Let me show you a print version. This is how it will look to the examiner. Can you see it? A big bold heading briefing paper to Railco Trust Board from non-executive member, subject agency relationship and non-executive directors. Date, introduction is copy pasted, and then the closure. Look at the format, very professional, pleasing to the eye. Have you done it? I'll give you 30 seconds. Please complete it. 30 seconds for you to prepare this. And if you have done, please type done. Ishita is saying I'm not able to paste the question. Command Control V is not working. In that case, if you can't paste it through Control V, then you just come on the Word document and press this button. This is the paste button. So you can use this one. Who else is facing problems? No, Daniel, it's up to you. These are very small things. You always pick up the most smallest things. Focus on the big picture, Daniel. It's working, right, Ishita? Good. All right. Okay, now what? Let me look at the requirements so that I can give broad heading. What are the requirements? Agency relationship, rights, role, and responsibility. Okay. So I just give this heading agency relationship so that I can differentiate my 1A and 1B. And what's the other one? Role and benefits of non-executive directors. Okay. Again, this will be heading 3. Heading 3. So these are the broad headings: agency relationship and non-executive directors. So these are the two broad things I have to cover. Here I have to talk about roles and value or benefits. If you read the requirements, right? What are the roles? What are the benefits? Whew. So now the format is ready. I will close this window. Now I want you to read the first overview. There, try to see if you can gather some information about Railco, its governance, its principal, agents. Please, time starts now. Okay, just read up till here, figure 1, because the other stuff is not relevant for us. You have 30 more seconds. Okay, so it just says Railco is a public sector. We already know that, and it gives us a high level picture that Railco is governed by a Railco Trust Board. This board is responsible to the Ministry of Transport for ensuring that the Railco Board of Directors makes the best use. So I can use this information somewhere. So I just Control C and I can put it here somewhere and then I can decide. So does this paragraph tells you the hierarchy? Can you figure out the chain of command, who reports to who is under who? So who's on top right now? Topmost as per this paragraph. Minister? Yeah, correct. So it says so there's a Railco Trust Board, and this board is responsible to the Ministry of Transport, which means that the Railco Trust Board reports to the Minister of Transport. So in terms of hierarchy, Ministry of Transport, then fall underneath it is appearing, I think, is Railco, and Railco ensuring that the Railco Board of Directors. So okay, so I think this looks to me like the logical hierarchy here. So Railco Trust Board reports to the Ministry of Transport and they oversee how the Board of Directors work. Is this in line with the slides I showed you that in a charitable organization or in a public organization, there will be a board of trustees followed by a management board or a board of directors. So this looks like a trust board is a board of trustees. They might call it a little bit differently. And then there's a board of directors. So far, we are able to identify this information. And even if you look at the chart, it tells you very clearly there's a Railco Trust Board and board of directors. They report into the Railco Trust Board. And then the board of directors have these various committees. That's fine. Okay. Now, I want you to read Exhibit 2. There you will find some interesting information. So what is Exhibit 2? It is a website page. So it's a website of Railco. Please can you read our board, our executive committee, our board committees. You can skip the board committees, or you can read because there's part 2 as well. And then there is Railco Trust Board. So a lot of information is here for both part 1A and 1B. Let's try to identify. Time starts now. Our board. 1 more minute for reading, guys. And if you are done, please type done. Very good. 30 more seconds. All right. Good speed. Interesting exhibit. So I'm a bit confused when they say our board, this our board, and then they tell all these things. And then towards the end, they say Railco Trust Board. So I know this information is about Railco Trust Board. So when they say our board, which board are they referring to? What do you think? Board of Directors. Ah, okay, okay. Our board, they are talking about Board of Directors. And how did we know that? Because honestly, when I was reading this, our board, I was not sure whether they're talking about Board of Directors or Trust Board, because both are boards. But when I went down towards the end, they had a separate details about Railco Trust Board. So then I know that okay, if this information is about Railco Trust Board, then all the information above or prior to that belongs to Board of Directors. Okay, can anybody tell me the marks for this question? It is 8 plus 2, 10 marks, right? Total marks is 10. So normally we follow 2 marks per point. Normally our assumption is that one well drafted point equals 2 marks. So for 10 marks, how many points are we supposed to give? For 10 marks, we're supposed to give 5 points. Or yes, sida. Simple, 5 points. How many we have identified like broad heading? There's a Ministry of Transport, Railco Trust Board. Okay, so let's do the Railco Trust Board first. I think that's easy. What does it do? What is the role of Railco Trust Board? I can copy something from here. Also from the website. What does it do? I'm just copy pasting all these things. Enough. I think that's enough. So what is the Railco Trust Board? The question says identify and explain the agency relationship, and you see there are 2 parts. Discuss the rights and responsibilities of those parties. So Railco Trust Board we have identified as one of the parties of a principal agent. So can we say that it is a agent of Ministry of Transport? Would that be right if we say that Railco Trust Board is an agent of Ministry of Transport? Because you know The Railco Trust Board is appointed by Ministry of Transport, and it says here that they are responsible to the Ministry of Transport. Correct? We just start by saying that the Trust Board what's the logic? How am I saying the that the Trust Board is an agent of Ministry of Transport? For two reasons. And then I can copy from here. Done. Or maybe say, or we can say ministry, and the board reports to the ministry. Okay. Now in the next paragraph, enough, I'm done. Did you understand? So in the first paragraph, I identified and explained the relationship, that who's agent, who's principal. And in the second paragraph, I use the word the role and responsibility, because if you read the requirement carefully, there are two components of the question. Identify the agency relationship and discuss the role and this. I'm done. So this will be considered as how many points? I think it's 2 points or 1.5 point equivalent, because I talked about, I identified and explained the agency relationship. That's 1 point. And then I explained the roles and responsibilities. That's 2 points. So it's almost 2 points. Is this approach clear? I'll take questions now before we proceed. Yeah, I gave two separate paras for two reasons. Number one, there are two separate requirements. So I gave separate paras so that the examiner can clearly see that I've addressed both the requirements. And secondly, I want the examiner to consider these para as two different points. That is why I've written them. Yes, I think it will be considered as two separate points. I might need to elaborate a bit, but keeping in mind the time pressure in the exam, this is perfect. If it is not 2 points, it's definitely 1.5 points equivalent. Yes, it's fine, Fatima. So see, it's very simple. So did you notice that I copy paste and I then added my own comments either before or after to make that logic, make that sentence logical. Now, can you do the same for Railco Board of Directors? Correct? The Board of Directors are agents of the Trust Board. Let me copy paste some stuff from the exhibits. This is their role and responsibility. I'll just copy it from here. This is what they are supposed to do. Enough. That's all we can find out, right? So the board of directors are agents of the trust board because they are accountable to the trust board. The Railco board, the board of directors is responsible for the strategic direction of Railco. It is responsible for supervising the operational activities of the business and providing leadership and strategic direction. If you want to add a bit more, because I feel it's a little short, can we mention some statistics? How many directors and non-directors are there? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 directors in the board of directors, out of which 3 are. So I'm just doing this just to add a little bit of weight to my answer. There are currently 10 directors, out of which 7. Khalas. Enough linking done. If you want to add more, you can still say that there are further. There are 4 subcommittees of the board of directors. And I can copy some sentence from here. To assess the board with its responsibilities. That's it. Halas. Done. How about ministry? Not a lot of information is not given, but ministry, we can say that minister is the agent of whom? What do you think? Minister is the agent for whom? Whom does the minister or government reports to? The public and the taxpayers. Very nice. We will say the ministry is the agent of the public or taxpayer. Do we know the name of the country? Do we know the name of the country? Oh, B-land, yeah? Yeah. So instead of saying taxpayers of the country, can I say B-land? It will, link your answer with the scenario. The Ministry of Transport is the agent of the public or taxpayers of B-land. Why? What's the logic? Why are you guys saying that ministry is the agent of public or taxpayers? You have to give some logic to the examiner or the board. So I read here, Railco is a public sector company, correct? That's the logic. As simple and as basic as that, because Railco is a public sector organization which is run on that's it, enough. What is the role of ministry? Is it mentioned somewhere? Uh, what is the role of ministry? Is mentioned here somewhere. Can I search here? Minister, there are two words. Okay, no. So okay, so direct information is not there. Can we cook up some story to just what will be the role and responsibility of the Ministry of Transport? Can you think of something? You know, government in your country. Tell me, is to make sure that value for money, VFM, they have to make sure that the railco is performing and it's fulfilling its objectives efficiently, effectively, and that the money is being spent wisely. So value for money is a concept which is used in government sector. That's it. We don't have to go into details, but that's all I will write and move out. The role and responsibility of the Ministry of Transport is to make sure that railco is performing well and achieving its objectives, and to ensure that there is value for money on the that there is value for money on Alas. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 paragraph, around 5, 6 points. Okay. If you want, if you feel the answer is short, you can also add what do you want to add? The public, if you want. It all depends on the time. Okay. You can also add public as the ultimate principle and of the Ministry of Transport, if you want. Otherwise, if I was you, I would have skipped. I think it's more than enough. Let me show you how it looks on the print screen. It looks like this. Does it look professional? The headings are there: introduction, then a broad rating agency relationship, and then Ministry of Transport, Railco Trust Board, 2 paragraphs, Railco Board of Directors, 2 paragraph, and now there is non-executive directors, roles and values. Okay, let me close all the screens. Guys, any questions? We just did a very simple question as a start, as a warm up, especially those. So those who are already my paid students, you know this technique, right? We have been solving so many questions. But those of you who are joining me for the first time today, uh, did you really understand how we can do that? Just pick up some sentences from the exhibit, just give it some shape, add your own comments, focus on presentation, nice headings, and boom, halas. Is this enough for 10 marks? Yes, Jack, you will get 6 marks. It's enough because you see 2 marks is professional. So for 8 technical marks, this is more than enough. And someone asked a very good question. Amal is asking, what role could we write for public? No role. I mean, you can just skip. You can just uh, say that they are the ultimate principle. And what? There's no role in the public. Might what if you want to write a role? We can say that they should use the railway services properly, and you should not, misuse it or damage it or blah blah blah. If you want, otherwise you can skip the role, because there is no information about public, right? So I need to stick with the exhibit. Anything extra I'm writing, I have to be very short. Contribution to tax, okay, yeah, but now you're expanding the question. It isn't really worth it. Mohammad Usman, you are saying that we have all discussed from agent's point of view, no point from a principal point of view. Yeah, I mean, it's understood, but you can do a little bit of change in drafting to include the word principal somewhere. It's up to you. It's understood that if you are the agent of this person, then this person is the principal of you. Harsh, do not get, so Harsh is asking that the question says we have to talk about rights and responsibilities. Treat them as same, because the moment you try to bifurcate between rights and responsibilities, you will get stuck. So never get into this fine gray area. Just treat rights and responsibilities treated as same. Okay. Sanjay, yes, if possible. Under ministry, can we say the people are the principal? Yes, absolutely, yes. That will expand a little bit. For communication skill, what points we can further add? Milan, no, please don't add any further things. Do you know, for 10 marks, we just have 18 minutes. So the format, the thinking, the drafting, please don't think of over providing, because it will upset your time management. Yes, Faris, Faiz, thank you so much for helping me. Yes, Faiz, let's move on. Because this was the first question, I wanted to, address all sort of. Now the second part is non-executive director. So for non-executive director, we have to talk about their roles and benefits. So we know the role, right? We know that their role is to help in strategic planning, scrutinize the performance, uh, take part in various board committees. So do we have information about board committees here? Yeah, there are 4 board committees. We can name them, and they're all led by non-executive directors. That's good. So what is the marks for this question? Again, oh God, no. It is 6. Oh shit. It is 6 plus 2. Just 8 marks. That's too small. And for these 8 marks, the examiner wants you to talk about roles and benefits. My God. For 8 marks, we just give 4 points. We just give 4 points. right? 2 marks each point. So I think there's a lot of information and the marks are not justified. Too bad. I will just write 4 points, maximum 5, and move on. So what is the role here? So now I give you 2 minutes. Please read the website. Try to see if you can extract some information about non-executive. First of all, I would like to start by quoting, do they have good non-executive, like more non-executives as compared to executive? So out of 10, they have 7 non-executive, which is absolutely good. They have more non-executive, 70% is non-executive. Why? Because it is a public sector organization, so they have to demonstrate more independence, governance, value for money. So that is why I think they have more non-executive, I think. So I can use some statistics to get extra marks. And then I can talk about board committees, that their role is to assist in committees. For example, our 4 board committees are made up of non-executive directors. Let me reduce this screen and let me put this screen here side by side. Okay, so I can say that I can just copy this sentence. For board committee, this can be part of the role. What are the committees? Quickly copy paste. Okay, done. I'll just elaborate a bit. I will start by saying that what's happening? See this formatting things. Does this make sense? Our board of directors consists of 10 directors, out of which 7 directors are NEDs. This shows that NEDs are in majority, which means that NEDs have a larger say in the governance of Railco. What's the role? So I just gave this opening sentence just to use some statistics. The main role of the NEDs is to participate in making strategies using their external experience. Okay. Also, they scrutinize performance of EDs. So this one is a bit general, right? Because there's no information in the case. I just gave one paragraph. Then I would say uh, we have 4 board committees made up of non-executive directors, which assists the board with its responsibilities. Da 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 da. I just put them as bullet. Khalas. Done. Role is enough. Now, do you think there are what benefits are there? Independence, right? Since the NEDs are in majority, it brings more independence to the board of directors, and which means what? And hence higher, can I say higher shareholder confidence? Can I say higher shareholder confidence? Because NEDs, they bring more independence to the board and higher shareholders confidence. But is there any shareholders here? It's a railco. So give me a nice word. Higher public confidence. Okay. So these are the small things which you have to keep. If the moment if I say higher shareholder confidence, you will lose mark because the examiner knows that you are not street smart. You are just giving bookish knowledge, not linking with the exhibit. So do not use the word shareholder. Higher public confidence, or whatever word, public confidence or higher confidence of the Ministry of Transport, whoever. I would say public confidence is safer. More independence of the board and hence higher public confidence, and hence leads to higher public confidence. What other advantage can you think of? They will help in scrutinizing the performance of the non-executive directors. How is this an advantage? They will help in scrutinizing the performance of executive directors. How is that an advantage? What? Do you understand? That if they scrutinize the performance of EDs, which means that the EDs will work more efficiently, more diligently, whatever word you want to use, as their performance is being monitored, right? What else was there? Let me brings more, adds to the confidence of shareholder, have external experience and wider perspective. So what about, we can just say also, no, since they have wider experience, they will be able to suggest strategies which are beneficial to Railco, which will improve the performance of Railco. Halas. I think enough. 1, 2, 3, and this is like 2 points, 5 points enough. I'll show you the answer. And where is the closure? Yeah, here is the closure. Last. Let me go through the questions. Evaluation skill. Good point. Good point. Evaluation skill. Let me read the hint. It says professional skills marks are available for demonstrating evaluation skills in assessing the role and value of NEDs in a public sector environment. Very good. So evaluation, I think we should mention one drawback or limitation of NEDs in a public sector environment. So can you suggest me one small disadvantage or limitation of NEDs? Never talk about cost, Raivara. Please, you're thinking like an accountant. You're not thinking like a CFO. Cost, for God's sake, they are cheaper. Absence, I know what you mean absence, but look for a better word. Not familiar with day-to-day stuff, Milan. They're not supposed to be familiar with day-to-day stuff. Too much pressure, okay. May not be fully independent, okay. Lack motivation, okay. This one is easy. May not give sufficient time to business. Very interesting. Conflict of interest. I think the two most safest disadvantages, they might not give sufficient time to the business because they're not getting like salaries and bonuses, right? They're just getting some small flat fees. So they might not takes that much interest or give that much time as really required. Or this is the safest. And this is actually in real life the most common thing, that NEDs, they don't give the amount of time which is expected from them. What have they got to lose, right? And sometimes I feel that they might not have the necessary skills and competencies as expected from them. And there could be chances of conflict of interest, which means they are not as independent as they are supposed to be. So whatever is easy for you to draft, just pick one and use the word however. However means that now you're talking about a disadvantage. I just gave two very simple, innocent looking, less subjective disadvantages, only because the professional marks was evaluation, in which we are supposed to give a 360-degree view. So if we just talk about the advantages and does not touch upon disadvantages, we might lose marks. Guys, what do you think? Easy? Okay, let's move on. Now let's do a little bit of a different question or a difficult question. Little bit difficult. Okay. So now, where is my slide? So exam question practice, agency principle. So yeah, we did this question, right? Question 1A and 1B. All right, so before I start the next question, please, those of you who have joined late, if you are not part of any of my global SBL group, so you can, send a message to this number and you will be added to the my global groups, WhatsApp groups. It's all free of cost. And I request the Saad, if you are listening, can you please share the link in the question chat box so that the students can do that. Uh, Secondly, are you ready with the second question? Question number 2B. Okay, and we have to read exhibit 5. So 2B. So I will close this. Let's open task 2B. So 2B has a background story. Then there is the technical requirement, and then there is the professional requirement. Please read 2B. Time starts now. Whoa. All right. Did you read the question? Done? Alex Reed called you. So just read the you are an assistant auditor reporting to Alex Reed, the senior audit officer. So Alex Reed is the senior audit officer, and we are reporting to Alex Reed. So Alex Reed wants you to draft a letter to be sent to the chairman, review the effectiveness of the internal controls at Railco, and justify that the chief executive of Railco is failing in his fiduciary duty to the trustees of the Railco. Crazy. And you have to demonstrate skepticism skills in questioning the opinions and assertions made by the chief executive at the recent board meeting. Total 10 marks. We're supposed to give 5 points. Okay, you have to identify the weaknesses and justify that the chief executive is a failure, is not performing his job better, and challenge his comments. All right. All right, so please open up exhibit this minutes. Exhibit 5. Uh, it's a three-page. It's a three-page thing. So, in the interest of time, because it's already like very late in India and Pakistan, it's a board meeting. Okay, that's fine. It's a board meeting minutes. Who was present? All these guys were present. Apologies, none. And who was absent? Harvey Flood. One guy was absent. Proceedings, chairman's opening statement, forget it. Chief executive's report on customer survey, leave it for the time being. Just try to identify some weaknesses. Okay, so can you please start reading from this portion? Audit and Risk Committee report provided by Philip Access. Now please read all this. C committee, online, and try to identify some weaknesses. Time starts now. Now, wait. So this question does not involve any chapter, does not require any theoretical knowledge. Okay, so those of you who are thinking that a question on internal control and you have an audit mind and you have studied F8 and AAA and all those things, forget it. This is a board minute which you are reading, and you are writing to the chairman of the board about internal control weaknesses. So you better be like common sense, logical things. So this is a classic example of a question which is general, and by general I mean not general, but doesn't require any bookish knowledge. It requires street smartness if you can spot issues and weaknesses. Time start now. Please read. All right, guys. If you are done, please type done if you have read it. 2B. If you are done, please type done. 1 more minute. One more minute. Okay, so guys, were you able to? So there are two components to this requirement. If you read carefully, it says review the effectiveness of the internal controls and Railco and justified that the chief executive of Railco is failing in his duties. The two things. First, you have to identify a few internal control weaknesses or issues. And then in the second portion, you have to justify that the CEO is not doing a good job. He is failing in his duties. There are two separate things. Total number of marks is 10, which I feel is too less. There's a lot of information there. So if it is 10 marks, we need 5 points. So maybe three control weaknesses and 2 points regarding chief executive. And keep in mind that there is skepticism skill in questioning the opinions of the CEO. Format is letter. But first of all, are you able to identify any weakness here in this one? It says more and more passengers are traveling on Railco network without tickets. What the hell? Without tickets? And a key factor is that approximately 40% of Railco stations do not operate ticket barriers. Really? So we don't have ticket barriers in 40% stations, and more people are traveling without tickets. Wow. So what's the weakness here? So you need to identify the weakness, and always when we say a weakness, we have to give some impact that why we are calling it a weakness. Yeah. So what is the impact? So what is the weakness here? What's the weakness here? Very simple. 40%. Just copy paste. I just copy paste, right? That's the weakness. So if I just draft something, okay, so the first weakness is let me copy paste. Control C. Where is the Word document? Okay, so Sorry guys, it went somewhere. So Control C, and the first weakness is approximately 40% of railco stations do not operate ticket barrier. That's a weakness. Why? How can you justify that it's a weakness? Is it causing us some loss? Please, can you let me know the impact of this? Please draft and type the loss of revenue. Very good. How? How loss of revenue? Explain in detail. Revenue leakage. Very good, Siri. Now you remember, huh? Revenue leakage. How? Because people do not purchase, they travel without ticket. That's the full way of explaining. Very good, Osman. You are copy pasting the right sentences. Leakage of revenue because most of the customers are traveling without tickets. Excellent. Very nice. So can we draft it? So we will say that approximately 40% of railway stations do not operate ticket barriers. This is a major weakness as it leads to revenue leakage as more passengers are traveling without ticket. As more passengers are traveling without tickets. Full stop. What can be a nice heading for this weakness? I think ticket barriers can be the heading, right? Or I can say no ticket barrier. That's one weakness. Done. What else? Do you see any weakness here in the Safety and Health Committee? Or probably these 2 points are linked, that because of lack of training, people are losing staff morale, leading to increase in injuries. Or maybe these are two separate weaknesses. One is bad safety procedures leading to increase in number of injuries. I don't know. What do you think? So do you see one weakness or two weakness here? Up to you. It doesn't involve any chapter, right? It's no book knowledge. Two, okay. I'll take it two. So what's the weakness here? It says that there's an increase in the number of injuries to staff. Is that good or bad? Increase in the number of injuries to staff. Why is this a weakness? Why is it bad that it increase in the number of injuries? You need to tell the impact, right? Why is it bad? Impact. Reputational risk, very good. What else? Health and safety risk. What else? Yes, operational disruption, very important. And being a train company, operational disruption or delays in train can really affect the entire schedule, right? It can lost man hours, very good. Legal risk, yes. Will demotivate, demoralize the staff, yes. Higher turnover, it can lead to higher turnover, which when staff will feel that there are no safety precautions, the injuries and accidents are increasing, it might lead to higher turnover. Very good. Arnab, what are you doing, Arnab? Arnav, it's a very stupid point and you are typing it 5 times. Please be careful, okay? You have the guts to write this in your real paper, go ahead and write it. Tarun, what are you saying? Increase in the safety contingency cost? Shit, when you're an accountant. So right, so increase in injuries is no, it shows that the safety measures are not up to date. And what is the impact that these increase in the injuries may lead to reputational risk? So let me draft it for you so that you get an idea. Huh? There has been an increase in the number of injuries to staff reported by Railco in the last year. This shows that the safety precautions and trainings are not sufficient. Right? What's wrong if there's an increase in injuries? Increase impact. Always talk about the impact on my business. In staff injuries may lead to reputational risk, low staff morale, operational disruption, legal complications, etc. Khalas, done. What should be the heading? Staff injuries. Two weaknesses. When do you understand what I'm trying to show? That whenever you get a question on identifying weaknesses, you just don't identify the weakness. You also have to add the consequence or the impact of that weakness on the business, because you have to convince the board that yes, this is a weakness, this is a potential threat, this will cause damage or loss to the business. What's that damage or loss? You have to explain them as consequence. So if you look at the first one, no ticket barriers, I explained the consequence here. Revenue leakage, staff injuries, I explained the consequence here, that look, there are so many consequences of this. Understood? Okay, what about this weakness? Lack of investment in training of staff in the last 3 years, and this was affecting staff morale. So again, the impact is already given to you. You just need to explain in your own words. So if we don't train our people, if we don't continuously train our people, what will happen? What is the impact of lack of training? Please tell me. Just think like a rail company. What is the impact if we don't train our people regularly? If our staff is untrained, what is the impact on the business? Errors, inefficiencies, customer dissatisfaction, operational failures, very good. Accidents, it may lead to, and low staff morale, very good. Just if you can think of 2-3 consequence, perfect answer. If we say that if the staff is not sufficiently trained, it will affect our customer, it will adversely affect our service delivery, our customer satisfaction, it may lead to higher injuries and accidents and lower staff morale. Why did I say lower staff morale? Because this word was actually mentioned in the exhibits. Enough. Understand? Now you have to understand the technique and the approach, because case studies will change, the stories will change, the exhibits will change, but the technique and approach will always remain the same in all the case studies. When there is a weakness, you have to explain that weakness, justify that weakness by explaining the consequences. That's more important. That's what the examiner wants to see in you, that are you able to explain the consequence? Okay. So I have not done the format, the letter format. You can do that after watching my webinar. I'm just trying to show you the drafting of how you draft weaknesses. So I'm sure you can, you already identified three, right? Three weaknesses: no ticket, staff injuries, and the third one was lack of training. That was the third weakness. Now I want to move towards the CEO and to get some skepticism marks. So you think the CEO is doing a good job? So the blue ones which I've identified are some stupid comments about from the CEO. So everything, so he seems to have issue with everything. So for example, this weakness that we don't have barriers in 40% stations, and the entire board is saying that we should install barriers. Obviously, right? If anything which leads to revenue leakage, we have to stop it, right? We have to maximize revenues. So the entire board is saying, yes, we should do something about installing ticket barriers. And this chief executive is saying, disagreed that this was a significant risk at Railco and that the cost of installation of ticket barriers would be far outweigh the benefits. So even without studying the cost, whose job is to do a cost benefit analysis? The finance director's job, right? So he could have asked the finance director to, bhai sahab, do a cost benefit analysis. How much revenue are we losing versus how much investment we have to make, and then we'll take a decision. And he outrightly rejected that, no need. Then for injuries and training, look what he's saying. He's saying the HR director is bullshitting. There is no evidence of low staff morale. He doesn't give a shit about staff injuries and it's rising or anything. Look at the third thing. Everybody has online booking systems. Every competitor is offering online booking facilities. But this guy is saying that investment in online facilities is merely a knee-jerk reaction. But then what the hell is he saying? I mean, he's kind of pushing back, resisting, denying, disagreeing with everything. The board is saying one thing and he's saying the other thing. Do you agree with him? Do you agree that we should not install ticket barriers? Tell me. Do you agree that we should not install ticket barriers? No, right? Why do you, so what, how can you get skepticism? You will need to challenge him. Yeah, you will say that I disagree with chief executive's view that we should not install Why do you disagree? Because a significant portion of customers is not paying, and I think we should do a proper cost benefit analysis before reaching conclusions. No, doesn't it make logical sense that we should let the finance director do a proper analyze a proper cost benefit analysis, take some evidences, and then based on that we can take a decision. That's the right approach, right? Yes, you need to disagree, you need to challenge, you can ask a question. So what about the other one? He's saying no need to install online booking facilities. Do you agree? And if you disagree, he's saying no need to install online booking system. They just have physical ticket booths. So what will you tell to him? If you have an argument with him, what will be your logic? Why should we not install? Because number one, very good, Usman, competitors are doing. So we will be at a competitive disadvantage if we don't do. Yes. And secondly, the entire world is now moving towards online. What are you saying, you old dinosaur, old guy? The entire world is now online. Everything is app, websites, and all those things. And still you are saying, forget about it. You see, this is the way we in real life as well, we have these arguments with the board. So because all the it is the job of the board to discuss and debate, right? So there is always some disagreement with someone. They give their argument, I give my argument, and let the board and the chairman decide. Skepticism is a very healthy thing. So now tell me, which chapter was this? Or which did you require any bookish knowledge to answer this question? It was all in the exhibit with little bit of common sense, little bit of IQ and street smartness. What if the chairman takes a wrong decision? That's too bad. Normally it doesn't happen because chairman goes by the majority of the board. So please tell me, now do you understand when I say like 25 to 30% of your paper is common sense? You do not require bookish knowledge. And this was a classic, like this question we did was a classic example of no bookish knowledge. Even tomorrow, the question I will do is something very similar. Bookish knowledge not required. I want to, as a teacher, as a mentor to you guys, I want to develop your street smartness and common sense, because that is that skill which can bring you success. Book knowledge is very common. Everybody can Google and know book knowledge. It is the smartness which will differentiate you. So please, tomorrow I've again selected another question which is of this sort, so that you don't waste time in book, you apply your knowledge. Yes, SBL is easy if you think like a CFO. If you start thinking like a student who and reading lots of books and chapters, you will get sucked into it. But if you stay on top of it, think like a CFO, think like a business, SBL is manageable. No, you will not lose marks for spelling mistakes if it is reasonable. Otherwise, 1 or 2 marks out of 100. Right, guys. So I think we have overrun the time, but I think it was worth it. I did not want to rush into things. I wanted to make your foundations, drafting foundation strong. how to link with the scenario, how to draft, how to present the format. Yes, margining, everything is possible. So I will now sign off. And those of you, wait, those of you, hang on, guys, who have not yet joined my WhatsApp group, please note that. And there's one more announcement. If I can just take 2 more minutes. Huh? So basically, I'm having this revisions and practice classes. Already it is in progress. A lot of students are there in which we are solving all the case studies, past papers in this manner, right? So basically, we are supposed to do 8 case studies, like full drafting in live class, but we have already done 5 case studies out of 8. All right. So now this one, and this one is pending. These 3 are pending. And if you want to join this batch, if you want to join, you can have the recording of this and you can attend these 3 classes live, followed by a grand revision. Okay, this will really help you in drafting. And the actual price was $90, but since you are joining quite late, the college has decided to give you a good discount, and the price for you guys is $55 if you join now, and for Pakistan students 8.5K. This is the number which you need to contact, and yeah, that's about it. All right, guys, so with this, I want to say thank you that you were patient with me, and it's already so late night and you took out the time. And I will see you guys tomorrow, same time, 8:30 Pakistan time, with remaining of the technical articles and some more practice and exam techniques. Till then, guys, thank you and good night.